Good morning, Frida. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, perfect. Thank you. Let's go to Spanish channel, please. Buenos días, buenos días. ¿Me escucha? Qué bueno. Entonces, le pido por favor hoy para que la 10 minutos más temprano esté en condiciones porque debemos empezar los testes. ¿Está bien? Muchas gracias. Hasta luego. Good morning, Maria Raquel. Can you hear me? Yes, perfect and clear. Let's try Spanish channel, please. Buenos días, ahora sí te escucho. ¿Cómo me escuchas? Perfectamente. Entonces, como hablé con Frida, le pido por favor que 10 minutos más temprano ya esté en condiciones, porque debemos empezar acá con los testes y así a las 9 empezamos. ¿Puede ser? Muchas gracias. Le espero. Hasta luego. Bom dia, Napoleão. Bom dia. Consegue me escutar? Tudo jóia? Perfeito. Estou te escutando muito bem. E você, como me escuta? Ótimo. Vamos testar então o canal de espanhol, por favor? Perfeitamente também aqui no canal de espanhol. Tá ótimo. Eu falei para Frida e Maria Raquel também, que já fez os testes, e a gente está pedindo hoje para vocês estarem em condições uns 10 minutinhos mais cedo, porque a partir de 8h50 daqui, nosso horário, nós já devemos começar aqui algumas situações, um teste. A interpretação efetivamente deve começar somente às 9, mas pode ser que só para a gente não ter um atraso nenhum, tá bom? Porque hoje a gente está bastante, um público muito grande. Isso aí. Perfeito. Obrigado. Bom dia, Ingrid. Bom dia. Consegue me escutar aqui no canal de espanhol? Perfeito. Também estou te escutando alto e claro. Vamos testar, por favor, o canal então de português. Bom dia. Perfeito. Também te escuto alto e claro aqui. Ingrid, eu tenho solicitado o pessoal hoje para a gente estar em condições uns 10 minutinhos mais cedo, porque eles já vão começar a fazer uns testes aqui, né? Hoje o evento está com um público muito grande e, a princípio, ali às 9 horas imediatamente a gente já deve iniciar. Pode ser? Na verdade, é o horário aqui de Washington, né? 8h50 e 9 horas aqui de Washington a gente inicia, tá bom? Perfeito, muito obrigado. Até mais. Teste som, mulheres, paz e seguridade. Teste som, mulheres, paz e seguridade. Teste som, teste som. Teste som, teste som. Teste som. Teste som.
Bom dia, aqui é Dewey Turner. I hear you loud and clear. How me over?
Morning, we hear you loud and clear too.
Bom dia, aqui é Dewey Turner. I hear you loud and clear. How me over? I hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Bom dia, good morning. Buenos dias. What a great day.
Loud and clear too.
Bom dia, aqui é Dewey Turner. I hear echo. I hear loud and clear. Thank you. Bom dia, good morning. Buenos dias. What a great day.
La línea de acá, exactamente dónde está. Ahí. ¿Sí? ¿Está bien?
Ahí no se mueve.
Ok.
Teste de som. Teste de som. Mulheres, paz e seguridade.
¿Ya? ¿Sí? ¿Se escucha bien? Ok, perfecto.
Bom dia, senhoras e senhores. Aqui é Dewey Turner. Would it be possible to do a video test just to make sure that the lighting and everything is good to go?
Ejército de México.
Army of
Desarrollo mis
Mexico.
actividades,
I develop
la
my
sección de
activities
género
in
Derechos
the
Humanos
section of Gender Human Rights
de la Junta Interamericana
of the Inter-American.
Dentro de la capacitación que tengo como militar, soy paracaidista y de fuerzas especiales. Estamos en la ciudad de Washington, D.C., Estados Unidos de América. Para
Recording in
transmitir nuestro
progress.
seminario Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad.
And
en el
we
sistema
are in the
interamericano.
seminar for
La Junta Interamericana de Defensa saluda y agradece a todas las personas
thanks and
participantes en este importante seminario de
very
Mujeres,
important
Paz y
seminar
Seguridad.
on women, peace.
Sean todos bienvenidos a este significativo evento, tanto a quienes asisten de manera presencial como a los representantes de los 46 países que nos acompañan de manera virtual. También un saludo y agradecimiento a las señoras y señores embajadores ante la Organización de los Estados Americanos y delegados de la Junta Interamericana de Defensa, que hoy nos acompañan de manera presencial. Asimismo, aprovecho la ocasión para mencionarles que la JIT imparte constantemente eventos como este, por lo cual les hacemos la invitación para que nos acompañen en cada uno de ellos en nuestro sitio www.hit.org. El objetivo de este seminario es difundir experiencias exitosas sobre la perspectiva de género en el campo de la defensa y seguridad hemisférica, así como contribuir a la cooperación entre los países del continente, para seguir impulsando la participación de la mujer en esta área tan importante para nuestro hemisferio. Este evento representa una valiosa oportunidad para recopilar información importante de los Estados miembros y observadores, con el objetivo de asesorar en el desarrollo de medidas específicas para la Agenda Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad en el sistema interamericano. Queremos compartir con ustedes nuestra última edición 2023 de la revista Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad, a la que pueden accesar a través del código QR que ven en pantalla o a través de nuestro sitio web www.hit.org. De esta manera damos inicio al desarrollo del seminario Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad, para lo cual cedemos la palabra al señor coronel de la Fuerza Aérea de Chile, Carlos Meyer, vicedirector de la Secretaría de Servicios y Asesoramiento de la Junta Interamericana de Defensa, quien actuará como moderador del seminario. Muchas gracias.
Bien, muy buenos días y bienvenidos. Good morning and welcome. Bon dia, benvidos. Soy el coronel Carlos Mayer de la Fuerza Aérea de Chile, actual subdirector de la Secretaría de Servicios de Asesoramiento de la Junta
Advisory Services of the Inter-American Defense Board.
Del año 2023 de nuestro seminario de Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad. Además de agradecerles su presencia en este contingente relevante evento, queremos compartir con ustedes un dato que nos llena de alegría y de orgullo. Contamos hasta el minuto con 8.325 participantes inscritos en este seminario. Por lo tanto, les agradecemos infinitamente vuestra confianza depositada en nosotros. Para una mejor experiencia dentro de su navegación en este seminario, queremos compartir con ustedes algunos aspectos administrativos que se mostrarán en pantalla. Estamos transmitiendo en forma simultánea por las plataformas de Zoom, donde los participantes podrán hacer sus preguntas a los expositores, y por los canales de YouTube de la Junta Interamericana de Defensa, los cuales pueden ser accesados a través de www.hit.org. Tendremos traducción simultánea en los idiomas inglés, español y portugués. Para explotar esta capacidad se debe utilizar el panel que se muestra en el slide a continuación, pudiendo seleccionar el audio original de los expositores y panelistas o la traducción en el idioma que deseen. A través de los chats disponibles de nuestros canales nos podrán hacer sus preguntas. Sin embargo, les pedimos que por favor mantengan la cordialidad y el nivel académico a la que corresponde este seminario. La conferencia será grabada y quedará disponible en nuestros canales.
The conference is going to be taped and so that you can share and this information when you want later on. For each one of you, we're going to give a certificate of participation, and we are also going to provide you a satisfaction survey that we urge you to please fill in so that we can continue improving our processes every day more. And to continue, we are going to start with our activities in a formal way, inviting for this purpose our next participants. And before that, I want to show you the objective of the seminar.
The objectives of the seminar.
This seminar is the objective of the seminar is to present the program of Women, Peace and Security of the Secretariat of the IADB and disseminate the experiences and the activities in security and defense, as well as to contribute to the promotion of the cooperation among countries, and especially of women in these processes. And now I'm going to share the agenda that is going to be divided into two parts. First, we're going to have the introduction, where we're going to tell you about the reasons why we're doing this, based especially in the resolution 1325 of 2020. And then we're going to have a 10-minute break, and then we're going to present what we as the IADB and from the academic environment, and then the active actions are doing to advance in this process. To start officially this event, I'm going to leave with you Major Flavio de Pinto from the IADB, who is an officer of the Brazilian force with great academic experience. General, the floor is yours. Good morning to all of you. I welcome all the participants and to Women, Peace and Security promoted by the IADB as the General Director of this institution. And I welcome you and all the audience to this important event. And now I would like to address those that accompany us through the internet. I want to thank you for your participation, because at this moment we're more than 8,600 participants. This is something that we thank you very much, because all those with us are showing the interest and for peace and security in our hemisphere. Thank you very much for your participation. Well, today we're going to have military and academic leaders all joined with a common purpose to strengthen the role of women in the construction of peace and the guarantee of security in our nations, and aware that peace and security are concepts that transcend just the absence of armed conflicts, and we recognize the importance of justice, equality, and opportunities for all the members of our society. This is why we're going to seek the objective of this encounter to disseminate the successful experiences in gender and defense and security. As how can we contribute so that the cooperation among the countries of the hemisphere become better through this event? And this can be a valuable opportunity to gather relevant information with the purpose of accessing the member states of the Inter-American system in the preparation of specific measures for the agenda of women, peace, and security. In this sense, I want to highlight the presentation of the program of Women, Peace and Security of the Secretariat of the IADB that will happen at the end of today's day. Throughout this seminar, I hope that we will be able to learn from each other and establish lasting allies and partnerships, and reaffirm our collective commitment with the promotion of peace, security in our hemisphere. And finally, I would like to express my most sincere appreciation of from all the board to our speakers of today, because they're going to be the main characters today, especially the participation of Krishna Magwera, Minister of Defense of Suriname. Thank you very much for your participation. I wish you all to have a great day of reflections and learning. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much. I would like to invite our special guest, the Minister of Defense of Suriname, Minister Krishna Baswaga, who accepted to send her message to share her vision on the role of women based in security and defense from her own personal experience. She had a great experience in the police of Suriname for 34 years, and she was a representative of her country before the Inter-American Commission for the Control and Abuse of Drugs for 5 years. I leave with you the minister.
Esteemed audience, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and privilege to speak on this extremely important theme, women, peace, and security. Worldwide, the figures for women's involvement in security institutions and in NGOs are still not meeting the acceptable standards. The figures vary between 5 and 15%. In decision-making positions, the numbers are even lower. We all have the responsibility to change and increase the numbers. The involvement of more women is extremely important for gender equality and serve as role models, encouraging other women and girls to aspire their ambitions and dreams. They deserve better chances. Involvement of women in decision-making on policies and programs that determine their own safety and security is crucial to prevent and resolve conflict and establish enduring and resilient communities. And this is even more important in an era with new emerging threats of gender-based violence, climate change, human trafficking, organized crime, and illegal immigration. And therefore, I want to extend my appreciation to the people involved in organizing this seminar and the leadership of the Inter-American Defense Board. The Women, Peace, and Security agenda is at a progressive stage in Suriname, especially for the Ministry of Defense. With a representation of 7% females within the defense organization, we have prioritized the inclusion of women and have initiated and/or participated in numerous development activities with the objective of strengthening the capacity and skills of our women. Motivational sessions, talks with role models, high-ranked military officials, and women, peace, and security conferences. These activities have resulted in creating awareness, empowerment of women, knowledge of meaningful participation, and what must be done within the armed forces to have a more inclusive defense organization. Ladies and gentlemen, the women, peace, and security domain can be used as means of cooperation, capacity building, and empowerment. We are all aware of the impact armed conflicts have on the society, and therefore we have to do our utmost to prevent these situations. We are also aware of the damage armed conflicts have on women and children. I strongly believe that when female leadership voice their opinion on the importance of gender perspectives, in this aspect, progress will be made. In my opinion, this can be achieved by, first, increasing awareness about human rights. Men and women are both human beings and therefore should be treated equally. Equality should be based on the rights we all have to pursue our ambitions, dreams, and talents. That is why I believe that women should never be excluded from challenging opportunities simply based upon their gender. Secondly, ensuring safety, which I believe to be intertwined with freedom, which is a fundamental right for all. In order to fully include women in every aspect of the peace and security domain, we must underscore the obstacles women have, preventing them to fulfill their ambitions to their full extent. These obstacles include possibilities for childcare, access to jobs, housing, and equal payment. The leaders should focus more on the enabling factors that will increase women's participation in this field. Third, women in leadership positions, sharing their experience, their road to success with the challenges that they have encountered during their journey. Reflecting to this specific topic will encourage women to keep educating themselves and foster their involvement in decision-making issues on defense and security-related matters. Don't hold yourself back. Grab your opportunities and keep educating yourself. With reference to these items, I am convinced that through cooperation between countries, we can improve the overall position of women and especially create a learning and development environment for women to be incorporated in every aspect of the peace and security domain, including leadership positions. The Inter-American Defense Board have an important role by creating a platform where we from the hemisphere come together and join our efforts, such as today. The primary objective is safety and security for ourselves, our children, and our country. In collaboration and through inclusiveness, we can achieve this goal. Thank you.
Ministra Matovera, muchas gracias por su...
Minister, thank you so much for your words, for your personal experience, for giving highlight to the IADB's meeting. Now we have the pleasure of presenting the Executive Secretariat of the Women's Secretariat of the OAS, Dr. Alexandra Mora Mora. She is a renowned jurist and political researcher from Costa Rica, president of the National Institute of Women from 2014 to 2018, and director of the Ombudsman for Women until 1919. Her long curriculum includes her degree as a lawyer and her specialization courses in Sweden in 1997. And after that, she got her master's degree in constitutional law in Costa Rica in 2004 and a postgraduate course in Chile in 2007. I leave with you Dr. Alejandra Mora Mora. Hello, an enormous welcome to everybody in this seminar. And I thank profoundly the IADB and Colonel Mayer for his leadership and Tarim, with whom we have worked so hard in the topics of women, peace, and security, and who is the advisor on gender for this space. For the IADB, it is a pleasure to work in the topics of women, peace, and security. And this has to do with a famous resolution of the UN system in which we placed the focus on an agenda that would privilege the status of women, peace, and security. And that has to do with an enormous challenge for those that are in this region. The first challenge that is presented by this powerful legal instrument is, what is the definition of a conflict? What does it mean in a region to have a conflict? And this is why it is so important to work with this meaning of conflict, and we have to do it collectively. We have to have the movement of women, the ministers of women, and all the security knowledge diversity to be able to understand that our region is not only one that suffers a conflict, an armed conflict, but that there are some deep social conflicts that are polarizing our societies, and in which women and the vision of women and the skills, the differentiated skills of women have a very fundamental element. This is one starting point. And this is why we think that it is very important, at least to place the emphasis on 3 elements that we would like to place at your consideration: the importance of the participation and the leadership of women for the promotion of peace and security. And as the Inter-American Commission of Women, we have been thrusting and pushing a series of instruments, legal instruments, to be able to understand that no space that does not have the presence of women has an integral view. Particularly in democracy, you need the participation of women, because if not, it is not a complete democracy. It is an incomplete democracy where the half of the population doesn't have a space. In this topic, it is fundamental for women to participate. And when one sees the data of what is happening in the world of security, like 20% of the police services are only represented in this percentage, and that the armed forces does not have more than 15% women. And then you can understand the need of the presence of more women, the need of having a greater representation, and not only as a right, but also because the differentiated skills of women built from the 1,000 years ago represent, when they're taken to the public space, very important skills in terms of negotiation and capacity and transparency and empathy, and all those elements that make them to become fundamental in relation to conflicts. That is also important to talk about integration of the gender focus. This, what does it mean? Well, from the perspective of the Inter-American Commission of Women, men and women have differentiated impacts in each one of the spaces. During many years, women tried to say that the equality was exactly that everybody was in the same position. But then we gave a fundamental importance to make the differences between men and women as important as a product of the cultures that we live in and the socialization processes, and to make these relevance important, to make a balance. And these differences have to do with the places in which we are and the positions that we fill, and the income and the salary differences, and who we take care of, who are the victims of violence. Those are not small differences. These are differences that make and build the feminine and the masculine. We have to understand why these processes occur, and understand that with the design of affirmative actions and in public policies, we can balance, and we can then make decisions based on the reality of the persons. And this is something that goes beyond the gender. And that's why we believe that all the processes that are being carried out in women, peace, and security are very important. And the other issue that is very important is, what are the challenges for security? Security, as we said, does not only require the reconceptualization of the conflict, but also it has the need to be stated as what is the topic of everything. That means the view for the prevention, or the view in the access to justice with the topics of impunity. It has a need to integrate the mandates of a powerful convention that is in the region, like the Convention of Belén Opera, that establishes all the mandate of the prevention, research, sanction, investigation, repair, and that establishes the specificity of the situation of women in the processes of conflict. So it is a series of topics that we think are necessary to go more in deepness into them. And this is why the IADB is in this process. I want to tell you what we have done as the Commission of Inter-American Commission of Women in this multilateral environment. And the first thing is to call women to voice themselves. There's no way to build from a seat. You have to do it building from the view that women have from their voices, from their needs. And you have the solutions for many of the cases. The important thing here is that we have to look for these leaders and we have to facilitate consensus. And for us women that have so many skills, that have so many differentiating elements that we have to place in this reflection. And in November last, we launched a document that is called The Paths to Peace and Security by Women, an Agenda for the Americas. And with this document that we want to make a partnership that will allow us to take a look at all the topics of security. And besides, in this same dimension and with the contribution and recommendations of the states and of the ministries, we have been able to have a virtual course. This virtual course is offered to strengthen the capabilities of all the states to approach the agenda of women, peace, and security with a focus on conflict that overcomes the notion of the armed conflict. And besides, I want to tell you that we are at this moment supporting the construction of the action plan on women, peace, and security in Colombia. And we are building a bridge between the process of the movement of women and their historical struggle and everything that involves all the public officials in this process. This is an alliance with the OAS and NAPO. And we are also supporting the states of the region for the effective design and implementation of the national plans and to promote because the states will have a much better view and a broader view of all this. Let me end by saying that we are going to be listening attentively to all the recommendations and discussions and experiences that are going to be placed on this space, and that our region is characterized by a profound polarization, and that we are going to have to face it in the next days and times, and we're going to confront great social conflicts. That's why this topic as a mechanism to prevent and to take care and to resolve the polarization and the conflicts in the region is the correct path to understand security, women, peace, and security. Thank you very much. Dr. Mora, your words are very important to integrate women in women, peace, and security based on the Resolution 1325 of the UN that our first presenter is going to refer to. I'm going to present Coronel Jesus Gil that from Colombia will give us the context to understand why we are analyzing and carrying out this seminar today. He is a Spanish colonel and expert military in issues of gender, peace, and security. He worked for 36 years in the armed forces of Spain and was an advisor in gender from 2012 to 2015 and was responsible for providing advisory on gender and the application of the Resolution 1325, and also started the military directives to prevent and respond to sexual violence. And he is going to introduce the agenda about women, peace, and security. You have the floor, Colonel.
¿Nos escucha, Coronel?
Sí, les escucho y creo que me escuchan, pero no puedo iniciar el vídeo.
Perfecto, lo esperamos.
I cannot listen to the video.
El sistema no me deja, pero voy a ver si puedo compartir pantalla.
Ahí lo tenemos en pantalla.
Estupendo. Pues,
perfecto.
Buenos días, voy a compartir la presentación. Antes
I'm
de
going to share the presentation.
Mientras sale, ahí está. ¿Se ve bien o todavía le...?
Ahora pasamos a modo presentación.
Ahí está. Un segundo. Esto es. Muy bien. Ahí está, ¿verdad? Ya me reciben bien,
Perfecto,
¿verdad?
ahí estamos.
Bien, antes de decirles que eso, buenos días, gracias por la
So
invitación.
good morning again. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I am in the Instruction Battalion, number 59 on Cauca Department in Colombia, where we are currently having also a workshop for gender in the Armed Forces of Colombia. So I do have a group of people in front of me that are part of the training course, but also are following our presentation. So we're going to talk about the introduction of the Agenda 1325, the importance of the agenda. This is going to be in English. The presentation is in English. I'm going to be talking Spanish. We can follow through. So where is the idea of men and women coming from? In international documents with the United Nations, they talking about the dignity of human beings. In 1945, we started hearing about gender equality. The same happened in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We have it here in English and Spanish when we were talking about gender equality again. This is year 48. You know that even when we have it on document, this is going to be very difficult. We are in 2023, so it's very hard to have a real equality, but official documents are there. Why are we talking about agenda of women, peace, and security? The origin of this was the fourth conference in Peking, and the declaration that was talking about the main objective for women in armed conflicts, talking about the increase of women to resolve the conflicts and greater participation at all decision-taking levels, and also to protect women that were living on areas that are occupied or armed conflict. I remember there's a country, it's Ukraine. Women must be considered. So why is it important to include women in the peace or security operations? I don't look for excuses. We don't need any reason why. But this is something, this quote is very basic. When we exclude women from the negotiation and the peace accords, this will fail. After 5 years, according to studies, if we don't include women on the decisions, on the agreements, these countries will go back to conflict. Again, I'm talking from Colombia. This is the 7th year of the peace accords have been signed. But this is something that has a strong gender components. What happened last century, in the 90s? In the combats, in the fights, in the wars, we know that primarily men were wearing uniforms and women were stepping behind with children. And unfortunately, in the 80s and the 90s, they were suffering the results of these wars, these fights. We saw the genocide in Rwanda, 5,000 rapes. We're talking about women, men, children, but mainly women and children. Sierra Leone, sexual attacks, more than 40,000. In Republic of Congo, 2,000 violations. So this is the 90s. The 90s, the civil population was suffering due to wars and combats. Mainly women, girls were the objective of the tactics of war. There is a quote of a famous general that is, it's dangerous to be women, more dangerous than being a soldier. So in the Security Council in year 2000, they met in October and unanimously after the results and how women were suffering, during wars and conflicts, they decided to agree on Resolution 1325. This is a resolution that incorporates women to all of the peace and security aspects. And it's not only talking about their victims, they are essential to prevent conflicts and for the participation of peace after the conflict. So what is that Resolution 1325 about? It's prevention, participation, and protection. We are interested on participation, mainly on the participation of men and women on the security sector. We know that women are between 10, 11, 12% in all of the countries of the world. This means that they represent the population of their countries, but we want them to participate on the decision-making, on the resolution of conflicts, on the peace procedures, on military and police operations. This is very important protection of human rights, specifically for law enforcement, the military. They need to be trained on human rights of men, women, children, for the protection on sexual violence, gender violence, sexual violence regarding conflict on situations of emergency or humanitarian situations, and prevention of violence against women, strengthening their rights under the national laws. We know the national laws in any country will reveal that there is a protection of women, protection of men, but the reality is very different, and we can tell. Important to incorporate the gender components in all security. This is what we're doing right now, this week, right? So what's the resolution about? The General Secretariat is requesting to the UN Secretariat to expand the role of women within the institution of the United Nations and in the operations of peace, again, on the terrain, but also incorporating observers, police officers, so on and so forth. So there's something that, again, year 2023, this is familiar for us. We know that this is something that needs to happen, but we still have moments and where the resolution, we can say that it has not been incorporated completely. We want women to become a main role player instead of victim. Again, after Resolution 1325, we have 9 additional resolutions, from which part are for the protection and response of sexual violence in conflict. 1820, the most famous. I'm not going to go deeper. You will have the presentation. You will have all the resolutions. Then we have 5 resolutions, 1325 included, talking about leadership on resolution and prevention of conflict. So we know that the resolution, including 1325 and the others, are very useful for the Security Council, for the member countries of the United Nations that are mainly all the countries in the world, General Secretariat and the agencies as well. The conflict parties, this is normally a stakeholder, a member of the United Nations and civil society. Why is relevant the resolution? Because it works in the countries that have conflict, but also the ones that have not. How can the countries contribute? Well, supporting the resolution with diplomatic measures, helping the recovery of the country after the conflict, and sending peace corps to the peace operations. Also, the action plan invites the country to prepare action plans at a national level. A minute ago, Dr. Mora mentioned that Colombia is working on this national plan since 2023, early 2023, and we have seen the incorporation of different countries on national plans and all of the agenda of women, peace, and security. We will continue with saying that some things that we can do as a military in peace cooperation or peace operation, we need to raise awareness towards gender through recruitment, promotion of women, of police, military, and someone will be thinking, what happened with men? Well, they are a majority. They have good recruitment and good procedures for the recruitment, but we need this also for women, the policies, so they can become part of the forces and can stay. We completely understand the reasons that are behind the private life of women, professional life as well. It's very hard. Officials that have committed crimes regarding sexual violence, they should have a veto. They should not be part of the forces. We will invite them to leave. For this, it's important to straighten the behavior codes on the forces and have trainings and workshops that are robust for the staff and for the police in each of the countries, including prevention of sexual violence, gender violence, prevention of any type of violence against women, men, and children. We need for this good advisors on gender, focal points that can advise the leaders on how should they perform and how they need to be an example for zero tolerance for any type of violence or the violent types that we just mentioned, and to prosecute the people in uniform that are abusing human rights of women and children. Cross-cutting perspective on gender. This is something that we mention all the time. We know what it is. Some people are familiar with the definition, some are not. At the end, the uniform staff should consider how the work influence men and women, all of the areas at all levels. How our work, when we come out of the state, will affect men, women, and children. And with this, we work on a strategy to incorporate all of the problems, the concerns, the experiences of men, women, and children on the design, on the planning, on the implementation, monitoring, evaluation of our military operations and police operations as well. So what we get by incorporating the perspectives are that we can all benefit equally and that we don't have lack of equality, and that when we have all the benefit and not prejudice of it. So we want to reach gender equality, of course, in every country for all the people. For these, we need to wear the glasses of gender perspective. For men, women, and children, it's very important to analyze gender. So why do we do this gender analysis? Because the risks of security are not the same for men, women, and children. We do have a list that we can see, and we can tell that men, children, and women can suffer from security or safety differently. So what we can do is that we can analyze how in any part of the country where we work that we can suffer from this lack of equality, and we can provide protection. We can go to the planning now. When the military forces, the police forces plan any type of operation, they should take into account that the experiences, the threats, the type of violence, the resources, the movement, the influence are not for men and women and children. I will say that are completely different. So why do we need to integrate this gender perspective on the military operations? There is a selfish and a logic reason. The logic reason is that we need to strengthen the rights of these people. The selfish one is that the rights and the threats and this type of violence and freedom of movement can impact our operation. So we need to incorporate them as well because of this in our operational plan, analyzing the differences of these people and the consequences in our operation for the civil society need to be considered in what we call a process that is gender analysis. You know that for any type of military, we need to have a logistic interpretation, but we also need the gender analysis. Why is it important to have a gender analysis? Because this is a way to determine the lack of equality between men and women, lack of balance. It's not the same to be the south of Colombia that being on the North Pole Island, South Africa, Spain. The perspectives of gender, men, women, and children, the differences, the priorities are going to be different depending on the territory where we're at. So we need to analyze in our planning how this affects the differences, the needs for men, children, women, so we can plan, implement, and evaluate our work. This is done at every level, tactical, operational, and always, it doesn't matter the size of the operation. If we deploy on a territory that we're familiar with, it's not the same to deploy in October than in January. To deploy when we have crops, that when they're working, when children are going to school, girls are doing something else. So even the time of day, with this kind of questions, we analyze if what we do out there when we deploy, we will have any influence on men, children, and women, and how it affected. Is it my intention or not? Should I coordinate? Should I have different channels for the coordination? What can I do regarding this? These are questions that are short questions, but we do have a list that we should ask ourselves. To analyze gender, we can use the famous template MESI, is very well known, to analyze the situation from the political standpoint, economical, social, military, infrastructure, information. We have a slide here with certain aspects that we can analyze that are numerous, will not be all on a single slide, but it's not only social or military aspects. We do have economic and political infrastructure and information resources that are very important. We are familiar with the PMESI template, and we can follow through so we can analyze completely the whole situation. So what are some other aspects that we might take into account when we change countries, operation of peace? We're talking about Colombia, we go to SNI. This is a completely different territory. We need to understand the historic information, the legal information, the cultural context, how people live there, what are the gender principles that they have, if they shake hands, they give a kiss, you know, if they tilt the head, what's the gender culture, what's the role of women. This is gonna be easy. Wearing a uniform, the role of men, but it's very hard sometimes to determine the role of women because the life of women normally is more on the private side and not public. So it's very hard to access to determine the role not only as victims, but as main actors in the life of societies. How do we interact with the community? In some countries, we have units of civic and military cooperation. In Colombia, we'll call them something else, but we need to interact with the society to see how we are received, how we can have influence, how we can get the information, how we can talk to women, men, children, boys, girls, right? Because it's possible that they have different information and very important disaggregated data according gender, age, disabilities, so on and so forth. This is very important to have disaggregated by gender internally in our units, but also externally with the people that we may encounter that are going to support, are going to give security, or that we are going to support organizations that are working on humanitarian topics. This is a map of the different phases of the action plan of NATO. It's similar than the one that we have in the United Nations, but it's just for us to have an idea and to see the gender. It's incorporated prior to the planning phase. When leaders of a country are thinking about a military or police operation, gender and Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security should be part since the first phase. It should be throughout the whole operation transition. So how do we incorporate it? We're going to talk about some basics from the generation of force. When we ask the countries, we need a unit, we need this kind of unit. We incorporate Resolution 1325 regarding participation, so we can improve the balance of gender in the forces of the United Nations, Peace Corps, NATO, country that you're at. It's important that when we travel outside our borders, we can prove that the forces have a balance for men and women, not only for visibility, But the impact that this have on the local population is very important. Why? Because women, certain countries, and I remember Afghanistan, when they see women in uniform, it's a shock. They think, oh, so maybe I can be one of them. I can become a part of the military, have a job where I work with men and I can defend my country. During operations, it's also important that focal points and the gender advisors strategically closer to the leader, the one who make decisions of all type, including gender decisions. So the organizations need to be very strategic. The structure needs to be very strategic for the advisors and the leaders. Informing. For the operations in Afghanistan for NATO, we send quarterly information about gender, sexual violence, gender violence, behavior standards, and how the operations were impacting differently men, women, children. This is very important to have every quarter, every 6 months, yearly, to receive this kind of information, this type of feedback about the operation and the 1325 resolution. If not, it's that it's not existing. And if they don't read about it, this is something that is not happening. Also very important, and this is the beginning of the operation plan. We know that the operational plan will have a gender annex, apart from the different phases, different terminology in each of the institutions. In NATO was whiskey, Romina, Romina. It depends on the country, it depends on the terminology, but the countries have a gender annex in each of the operations at a strategical level that they carry out. And this has been incorporated and it's working very well. Very important. There's a lot of people that request this mechanism. There's a procedure when we have abuses on human rights, sexual abuse, in and out of the forces. There are people that are suffering from harassment, sexual abuse, and they don't have a mechanism that works, that keeps the confidentiality of the process. This is very important. Quickly, let's go to the gender advisors. We have talked about many different advisors in the command or near the commander, but normally we don't talk about them. Who are they? I always say that they are normal people, you know, someone that is also working on PR, because they have direct relationships at all levels with their bosses that they advise, of course, different gender advisors, superior level, depends on the hierarchy, and also with the focal points that they need to train with all of the offices of the states at all levels. They all should have direct relationship with the gender advisor and the gender advisor with the offices. And the external relationships, this is someone that works internally, but they work very much externally as well with the institution, national institution, international institutions, NGOs, women institutions, local, regional institutions. When we talk about regionals, all type of leaders. So what's the work that they do mainly? To summarize, participating in all of the meetings of planning, initiatives of execution for any type of plan, collecting information, of course, analyzing the information and providing the information to the leaders and the rest of the staff. As we have seen, depending on the hierarchy, the structure, superiors, talking about gender, advising about gender, analyzing for each operation. We mentioned this already. This is very important. If this is not by the gender advisor, can be done by the focal point, because we will see the different levels that they have. This is a tactical level where we will find more focal points to train them and to develop strategies for the implementation of 1325 and the institution, national or international. Again, this is very important. I highlight the gender advisor should be part of each of the meetings each of the meetings during the planning strategy. But you will be thinking, but the gender advisor, I mean, they don't have, he cannot be everywhere at all time. But what they need to do is they should have focal points that work with them and that can be sent and that they can delegate to be part of the operational tables or groups. So they need to lead a team. They need to train the focal points and different working tables, operational tables, so they can be eyes and ears, and they can participate and include the gender perspective on the planet. Briefly, sexual violence regarding conflict, this is something that we have been seeing and is very important in Colombia. We can see the number of agendas that we have incorporated. One is about children because we have the protection of several populations, so on and so forth. Let's go to gender regarding conflict. The General Secretariat, we have data, you cannot read it all. The red box talking about last year, 13,290. We can see the map of Colombia. Country of Latin America and the Caribbean. We have seen a peak on a 56%. So this is something that we need to face from the United Nations, but also Colombian authorities. What the military can do or the police regarding this, physical protection to victims of sexual violence, create an environment of protection, security, where the bad people cannot come in, deploy more women in uniform, because when they are victims, they can reach them and they can approach them, and it's easier to approach them and it's easier to talk with them. All of the people in uniform should be part of the investigation along with the police to name the focal points for the conflict and to train all the forces in these aspects. And how do we do this? Well, this is a document of the United Nations of 3 years, the amount of police and military force that is part of the 1325 declaration, the part of the plan, all of the strategies, the concepts of the operation, operational orders, so on and so forth. This is not something that someone can say, oh, I was not familiar. It should be incorporated. Also important what we have on screen, the card of soldiers, some forces have it already. They should have this at all time in the pocket so they know human rights. What are human rights about? Who is vulnerable population, how they should inform, how they answer the W's to stop violations of human rights and to avoid impunity. Very basic. Disaggregated data, we can see pictures. I know that you have seen it before, and I love to show them again. This is a president of governments. We don't know what organization this is, but we can see the presence of women. Queen and 2 presidents. We can see more meetings where you can see that in the White House, the presence of women is minimum. It's very minimum. So we are having success on participation resolution 1325. This is a question. Now that we see this picture, these different pictures, we're going to think, no. But in the military, this is the chief of the joint staff a few years ago. And this is of 3 weeks ago. We can see leaders of Latin America, men, only men. And I'm not going to say, oh, they are the leaders of Latin America, it's their fault. But we still have a long pathway to walk. But why do we want women in forces? Why do we want gender equality? Some reasons. I don't like to provide reasons, as I said at the very beginning of the presentation, but they are necessary. on control points, airports, military forces when they deploy in some countries. Sometimes they have the explosive. Who is gonna stop and frisk? Who are gonna check them? Women. Sometimes when they're wearing uniformed, they are considered more pacific, and no one fear them. This can be successful in Afghanistan. They have access to 100% of the population. It's in these countries. When we have, as men, we only have access to 50%. And I mentioned already, the victims are going to feel more comfortable and will tend to approach them more than men. Also very important, I consider this very important, women in uniform is a model for more women in the countries where we deploy that are chauvinistic, led by men. When we see that women have participation equally on military operations, they are an example. So they can also become part of the forces in their own countries. Just a few cases briefly on how we can integrate gender perspective and what we do daily. Through training, workshops as the one that we're having right now, raising awareness on gender, recruitment policies that have balance so we can have more women, but also require the same levels, of course, at a physical level, at a cultural level, to name and appoint gender advisors, points of contacts, the appropriate work environment to give more protection, more security, to make it more comfortable for everyone within the environment, policies, avoiding discrimination on sexual harassment that we can implement not only on document, we need to implement the policies. Military career, as one of the militaries from the Vietnam forces mentioned, to make it more appealing so they can move forward on the career and they can stay in the forces. To mentor women, to support women, this is also something that we can do for men, right? But also the budget for the gender implementation, this is not for free. And if you have questions, I will be more than happy to answer them.
Well, Jesús Gil, wow, qué interesante.
So this was so interesting, especially in the way that you related normative document with Resolution 1325 with aspects of operational planning and all those aspects that as militaries we're so familiar with. And through our channels, digital channels, we have received many questions, but due to time constraints, we cannot answer them all. But we have selected those that we believe are the most representative. With regards to this Resolution 1325, that is 20 years old, you showed the action plans of different countries, and there's some countries that have just started to implement this resolution. From your point of view and your experience of all the aspects on which this resolution covers, what do you think are those where the countries should start to emphasize on? Well, thank you very much. It is a very good question. It reminds me of my beginnings. We focused on participation, and it's not that we're going to work for having more women in the forces because of a mere fact that we want more women. No, it's even in those times and today, 1325 has to eliminate discrimination barriers, because you say, oh, women can enter the forces, but when you analyzed it, you see that there are many limitations, and there's they even have like a certain number of women that can enter, and this is a trap. And then they say, well, we only want the best, and maybe the best were just men. And so when you eliminate the barriers, you will capture the best men and the best women as well. And we will have some military forces that are modern. Thank you very much for your response. Now, the same question, but from a different point of view. There are countries that are extraordinarily advanced and have practically the resolution and all its standards implemented, but there are some aspects where advancement is more difficult. Maybe we have not been able to reach 100%. What do you think that we should implement? Maybe different focuses or a different approach? Well, this question is very similar to the last one, because the countries that already have an action plan and that have eliminated the barriers and have equal rights and in the combat positions in many countries have eliminated the barriers for submarines, but women are still not incorporating into the forces, even if they are try to be recruited. And this is something that pushed us to analyze why and how we could increase the number of women entering into the forces. So I think that we need to exchange a good lessons learned among the countries, and especially with those countries that have been more successful, so that they can let you know which is the best path to increase the number of women into the forces that is so necessary to increase. And once you have everything and you still cannot succeed, you have to continue working, exchanging experiences. That would be a good solution. Thank you. Thank you, Colonel, for your presentation and for your participation. And we thank you very especially for having contributed in such a significant way. Your words are going to support the work that we're doing here at the IADB. Thank you very much. Now to continue with our seminar on women, we are going to welcome Lieutenant Colonel of the Air Force of the United States, Duela Mora Turner, who is going to talk about the great power competition and women, peace and security. She has a broad curriculum as advisor in women, peace and security from the Air Force of the United States, especially in foreign affairs with Latin America and the Caribbean. And she worked in policy strategy and became the first head of the WPS in the United States. And she was called the leader for foreign policy as well. And now she collaborates with the JET Court for public policy for the university. Thank you very much for accompanying us this morning, and we're going to listen attentively to your presentation.
Good morning, buenos dias e bom dia, senhoras e senhores. Para mim é uma grande honra ser parte deste evento tão importante com a participação.
For me, it is great to be able to be here with you and with so many international specialists. I am very pleased to share this slide, and I have a great emotion, and I'm going to speak in Portuguese for the first time. And excuse me if I commit any mistake, especially in technical terms. The topic of today is going to be the competence by influence of women, peace and security. That is a competition among the great powers. Thank you very much. I want to highlight 3 issues in our conversation, the first of which is the strategic imperative of women, peace and security. The second one is the moral imperative, and the third one are the long-term relations for human connections. When we discuss about security, defense, and complex geopolitical maneuvers, the global competition makes us forget about a force that is so important, and that is the contribution of women, uniformed women. That is so important. This is a force that in which the human relations go deeply in and opens the space for progress, for a global and regional order that is much more balanced. From the North American perspective, many times when we think about the competition by geopolitical competition, then we think immediately about the actions and interactions between the United States, China, and Russia. But now, in this context, it is very easy to use this military positions where the raw force and economic problems and economic careers prevail. Right now in this event, we have the opportunity to broaden these horizons and to explore how the principles of women, peace, and security by the resolution of the Security Council of the UN 1325, as the Colonel said several times, gains a great importance and highlights in this enormous scenario. Another crucial topic that has to be talked about is the situation of the regional threats. And besides the state influences we have to include in this analysis, the currents that threaten our national stability, from transnational crime, corruption, trafficking in persons, and situations related to migration and human rights. And then we are going to synthesize all these variables. In the center of the agenda, women's peace and security, there is a principle that is unavoidable, and that is that women are part and architects in the environment of security and defense. They are the agents of peace and agents of reconstruction. We bring different perspectives and innovating perspectives in the sense of cooperation, adhesion, which is a talent that cannot be ignored. Historically, unfortunately, there has been a disbalance to recognize this truth, and the implementation of women, not only in the military environments, but also in the operational environment of defense and security. This is not only a mission, this is a great loss at the strategic level. Here, I highlight the importance of recognizing the valuable contributions of women in defense and peace and security, not only as a social actor, but also as a strategic prerogative. To integrate women in a significant way is not just adequate, but essential to be able to reach efficient solutions. And besides that, women of the armed forces bring the great benefits with them. For instance, the diversified perspective. We relate ourselves many times in a more profound way with our communities in the area of intelligence and the collection of information, because sometimes this information is not accessed by men because of cultural issues. And they also develop a vital role in approaching violence, gender violence, human trafficking, and other threats that are more complex. There are studies that show that the presence of uniformed women strengthen and broaden the trust in our military and police institutions and increase the legitimacy of these organizations. A very important issue, the legitimacy of our organizations. When we integrate the principles of women, peace, and security, this gives a long-term vision. And right now, we are not only defending the equality of gender, we're making a commitment to refine our tactical efficiency. This is a pragmatic context, and all the military leaders should consider it. My objective here is that as you, and the defenders of our countries and our region navigate in this complex network of influences and threats, our commitment with the principles of women, peace, and security become a strategic imperative. And then in this problem, we have to ask ourselves how the regional actors and international actors whose actions are reflected in our hemisphere can align the perspectives of women, peace, and security.
Então, vamos lá. Vamos começar com os Estados Unidos. Nos últimos
Let's
anos,
start with the United States. In the last years, the involvement of the United States in the inter-American and it was inclined to the diplomacy and collaboration through an initiative and alliance and some military education and resources. And the United States frequently emphasizes the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of women and their inclusion in peacekeeping and security missions. And their approach sometimes is quite critical. In these last years, they have given a priority to human rights in democratic institutions and the creation of spaces for women where they can be more active based on the defense and the peacekeeping. And later I'm going to discuss some personal issues based on my personal experience. So with regards to China, China has increased its economic presence in the region through investments in infrastructure and especially in, but very minimal in the aspect of women, peace and security and globally. And with regards to gender equality, concrete actions from China in women, peace and security do not correspond to the scale of their financial actions motivated by geopolitical issues that are questioned. With regards to Russia, its involvement in the political alliances show an emphasis that is very shy, probably nil in peace, women, peace and security, and this should not be a surprise for anybody. Maybe an actor that contrasts, that is not a state actor in this fight for influence is organized transnational crime, which represents as one unique challenge for all. These entities motivated by power and money worsen this with violence, gender violence and gender-based violence and the trafficking of women. And due to their own nature are against the principle of women, peace and security, going back to threaten the cause. So, looking for a better understanding, we have to recognize that in this dispute for the moral imperative, we have to have a central role. And here we enter into the sphere of the moral imperative. The agenda is intrinsically aligned with the democratic principles and moral values that are fundamental in our hemisphere and in our armed forces. The collaboration, trust, and professionalism. These show enormous values that are desired by all the people. Dignity, equality before the law, the respect and mutual understanding. When we adopt these principles, then we transmit a message of the leadership in a proactive way. And in the region, it is quite difficult to respond to this. This perspective not only allows our countries in our region to strengthen the links as allies, but also stress the need to action with a renewed humbleness and the sense of partnership. We can only carry out this transparent participation with the inclusion and our best talent of women. And this talent has no gender. My last point is human connection. In the military context, this connection is defined as the credibility and the interpersonal relationships that developed among the members of the armed forces. the teams of different military operations and combined operations. The construction of human connections promotes the understanding and the interoperability among several military groups, which is essential for the establishment of regional lasting alliances. Here we're talking about cohesion, coordination, collaboration, allowing a greater military efficiency. And this cannot be reached dynamically if women are not part of this narrative. I would like to continue my presentation with some personal examples taken from my personal experience, like the first head of the program of Women, Peace and Security of the Southern Command in Miami. I lived closely the importance of the strategy that includes women, peace, and security. I was able to live closely the human connection in several encounters and interactions that we established with women and men, not only women, and from women and men of all the hemisphere. For me, these examples are a showmanship of the force and importance of women, peace, and security. I'm going to give you examples that are strategic and operational and tactical. I'm going to start with the strategic level. In this slide, you can see some bilateral encounters and multinational encounters of great visibility, like the encounter and the course in Chile, in CEPAC with the Ministers of Defense, with Mayra Hernandez, and also with the encounters of Suriname, Cristina Merovera, who was our guest of honor, and an encounter in Jamaica with the only head of defense that is a woman in the world and in our region, and Wines Colmark, the counter-admiral. In Peru, discussing about human rights, peace and security, and mutual commitments. And we can also see the picture in the middle where we're sharing the first edition of the magazine of the IADB, and a round table for discussions with Brazilian officials talking about gender policies. Brigadier Pez was the officer of greatest level of Guyana, and he was the host of the encounter of women, peace, and security with 3 nations of the Caribbean and the United States. Now, at an operational level, here we have an example of several encounters in Colombia with different executives and all the military services, and also with the police, men and women, including several trainings and discussions, and for personal development and human connection, which is my favorite. And here, in this last example, the tactical level. This is an exercise in which we participated multinationally in Belize, where we passed instructions in important scenarios for women, peace, and security, including activities within the tropical jungle of the Central America. Women, peace, and security is not only on paper, it is on the paper and also in the operational part, and that is the importance of our armed forces. And these examples are not only picture opportunities or the promotion of points of view. These represent the education and to seek to normalize the role of women and professionalize our forces and establish links among the nations that share the same principles. And to end, some comments, additional comments. Although some people defend and prioritize the human relationships and the gender integration, there can be some kind of idealist in the military strategy. It is important to understand that the geopolitics worldwide is in transition, and the harsh power and the soft power is less evident in a world that is highly connected. The definition of strategic advantage is changing. When we aligned to the principles of women, peace, and security, we not only promote the equality and inclusion, but also we open diversified perspectives that are essential in the scenarios of conflicts and complex crises with threats that are multidimensional in themselves. I'm fully convinced that the agenda of women, peace, and security is going to guide us in that direction. And finally, what is the return of all this? Well, we are in a world of intense competition and of several threats. To navigate this challenge, we need to have this thought and a clear notion of that our strategic advantages and moral values, and most of all, based on common principles that have to be in the front of all our actions. Well, with this, I end my presentation. And once again, I thank you very humbly for this opportunity to participate in this event that connects me with so many heroes of our region. The IADB is elevating the role of women, the agenda of peace, women and security, and is being taken to other levels. And I want to congratulate the team, the leaders, and I'm going to give a special credit to the institutions to which I pertain. And please be in contact, and we're going to continue with this very important talk. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nuria. Thank you for your presentation, and especially for the final words where we value what we're doing together. And as you mentioned, this is done in all the levels of decision in which we have to advance, because this cannot be done by a single unit. And now we will continue with the participation of those that are online asking many questions. We thank you very much. And once again, we regret not being able to answer all the questions because we have time constraints. But I want to focus on two questions. And according to what we have coordinated, we're going to change to give a multilingual presentation. We're going to change it into English.
Peace and security agenda on building stronger relationships and trust in a real-world military operation, especially in a challenging context.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me answer in English. In terms of the biggest impacts, I think I will go back to trust and human connection among service members, among institutions, defense institutions, and among countries. In these challenges, in the context that we see our hemisphere full of threats that are not based on states but are transnational, in other situations in realities such as humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, we have to make sure that we are including 50% of the population that are women and the 50%, generally speaking, that are men. And also an exercise in understanding gender perspectives. Because we talk about women in the military, in crisis and in conflicts, we see women now more and more in our defense and security institutions, clearly as victims, because unfortunately, statistically, during those contexts, women and children are about 70% the victims, so they're victims. But once we start really diving into understanding gender perspectives, we also realize that women are also perpetrators. They can also be part of this very complex transnational crime organizations. And if we don't look at these various perspectives, we're really doing ourselves a disservice. And is a failure in leadership, if you ask me. So some of these advantages is really to look at women as contributors and serve in our military, not just as a number, but as a true contributor, scientists, pilots, combat ready, civil military operations, where we can connect with the community and really enhance the efficacy and efficiency, as I mentioned earlier, of our defense forces. Thank you.
Okay, Julia, I have one more question for you. And well, based on what you've talked, I'd like to ask you that given the distinct advantages women bring to military operations and relationship building, how do you propose the U.S. military further embeds these principles to enhance collaboration with partner nations and ensure a competitive edge in the future?
Thank you. From my foxhole, from my perspective, I know that the United States has made strides and has given a legitimate effort into the gender inclusion, women, peace, and security. But we still have a lot to do, that's for sure. So what we can continue to do is have even more interaction, continuous training, awareness programs to really display very transparently and very clear why is it important to have women in our forces, and why is it important to look at a strategic level, operational level, and tactical level at gender perspectives. We have to continue doing that. Second is develop mentorship programs, because we want the women that join our militaries to rise and to be leaders, regardless if they're a woman or a man, but to have an opportunity to have the training. And mentorship programs, not only for women, but for women and men, by women and men, so we can help bridge this existing gap and promote more understanding. Third is continue collaborating with our partner nations. We cannot do this alone. We have to role model for the entire world that in our hemisphere, we are bringing this to the next level. We are professional forces and really united share this idea that women, peace, and security is not a thing that we have in a book, in a guide, in a doctrine. Is actually a core value. Is a core value that every human being has the right to live at hers and his or their fullest potential. And then learning from one another. I mentioned humility earlier, and I think this is really the point, is that we are learning as much as we're sharing from the United States perspective. We're learning from Mexico, who have developed wonderful programs for the promotion and the understanding of women, peace, and security. We're learning from Colombia, from Argentina, and from the Caribbean. We're learning from many, many countries. So the idea here is to exchange information and to elevate one another, to mutually reinforce our principles and understand that women, peace, and security is not a thing, is really a moral value. Thank you.
Okay, Julia, thank you very much for the clarity of your presentation and for supporting us with your knowledge, which undoubtedly already forms part of the pillars on which we're building our Women, Peace and Security program. Thank you very much again. Bien, ahora vamos a pasar a nuestra siguiente expositora, quien es oficial de reserva de la Fuerza Aérea de Estados Unidos, la mayor Tajina Montoya, cuyo currículum vemos en pantalla. Su presentación se basa en uno de sus más recientes estudios, publicado este año en el Modern War Institute, que tiene el título La importancia de mujeres, paz y seguridad en la educación militar profesional conjunta. Dejo con ustedes a la mayor Tajina Montoya.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Mayor Tajina Montoya, orgullosamente aquí representando no solamente el Departamento de la Fuerza Aérea, pero también a la Universidad de Georgetown, donde soy candidata doctoral de la universidad y donde la mayoría de mis estudios se enfocan en este tema precisamente, el tema de las mujeres, paz y seguridad. Y es un placer estar aquí con todos ustedes. Le quiero dar las gracias a la Junta Interamericana de Defensa.
I want to thank the Inter-American Defense Board for the opportunity that you have provided me on being here.
Esto es un resumen de lo que se va a incluir en mi presentación. Voy a hablar
This is what I will include in my presentation. Global policies, Resolution 1325, integration of the agenda on women, peace, and security on the Defense Department of the United States. I'm going to talk about the orientation, the benefits, and I will conclude with data.
La conversación sobre la necesidad de elevar
The importation of making this topic of gender something global started in UN in 1995. In 1995, The fourth World Conference was about women. And this is how we developed the idea of the creation of coalition on women, peace, and security at an international level. After many years, as we can see, in year 2000, we published Resolution 1325 of the Security Council of UN. And this was the first resolution that acknowledged the role of women and the role that we play in peace. Also, this resolution talks about the affectation of men, women, and girls on conflict and war, and the space of women, peace, and security are sustainable when they are part of the conversation. Resolution 1325 is a tool that help the countries to implement the framework at a global level and national level. In the Resolution 1324, we have 4 pillars. Pillars of participation, protection, prevention, relief, and recovery. And they are implemented with national action plans. As we can see, this is an image of all of the countries with the number of years after publishing the action plans. These action plans describe how a country is going to comply with Resolution 1325 on a national and international level. And since February 2023, we have 105 UN states that have published a national action plan. It's important to mention that in the Americas, we only have 11 countries that currently have a national action plan. In the US, we have developed different laws, different policies that have helped implementation of women, peace, and security. Most of the policies, I will point out, that are very recent, less than 10 years ago, and are very helpful for us to find a way on how to implement the framework in the US. This started in 2017 with a policy of women, peace, and security, where the government of the US published a strategy that had the intention of implementing the agenda of women, peace, and security. On 2019, the strategy was published. That was basically a commitment to move forward on equality for women, and was looking to protect the rights of girls and women, empowering programs for young women and girls. In 2020, the plan of the implementation of women, peace, and security was published. So basically in 3 years, something that is very recent, we can definitely see the passing of a law, strategy, implementation plan. And all of these policies have helped us to move forward on the implementation of women, peace, and security. I'm gonna talk a bit more on the contribution of passing laws with the execution from the Ministry of Defense. Something that was very helpful is in 2021, we created a Council of Gender Policy in the White House, where the role that they had was the increase the implementation of national and international policies on gender equality. In 2021, the strategy was published on a national level about equality and gender equality. In 2023, in June, I can proudly say that the Air Force was the first department, the first service on the Defense Department that published an action plan. So in these two slides, what we can see is a law, strategy, implementation plan, the council at national level. And all of this helps and dictates how the Ministry of Defense will perform. This is something that they have to do, and I mentioned this to highlight the importance of the policy. Right? Yes, the importance of the policies, the role of the policies, and how important they are to be able to implement the law and the law and the framework in the countries. It's also important to mention that even the policies, the importance of the policies is essential. What we do in the field is also important. So this year, not this year, in June 2022, a report was published on women, peace, and security, and in this report, 4 institutions were determined to be in charge of this framework, including the International Agency for Development, Department of State, Department of National Security. And as we can see here, we have a difference on the resources that are being dedicated to the implementation. The bigger difference being Agency for Development, USAID, and the Security Department that did not mention a specific number, but we can see the difference between the State Department, USAID, if we compare it to the Defense Department that is only dedicating a bit more than $5 million for implementation of women, peace, and security. So in this report, the Defense Department announced that the funds were for the creation of policies, programs, training and hiring quality personnel, integration of women, peace, and security on the study plan, on the training plan, for the professional military training. And from this 5 million, 3 were to incorporate gender analysis and to promote participation of women in the armed forces of the U.S. And after the report, Dr. Johnson-Perez and I decided to publish this article on one of the ways that we could use to implement and incorporate the framework with the agenda of women, peace, and security in military professional education. Some examples on what can we do are things that I imagine that you are familiar with: Inter-American Academy of Air Force, Inter-American Defense College, University of National Defense. These are some ideas on how we can execute and implement. But the how. The good news is that many of these examples that we have on the slide are from things that are currently happening, workshops, conferences. But the role of Dr. Johnson-Perez, or what we published, it's more towards this third example of the curriculum, that it's very good to have conferences or workshops, but it's also important to incorporate this on every aspect of the school and the life, academic life of a student. And our role is basically on that, because this is something that is well, it has not happened yet. The benefits of this is idea that is efficient at an economical level. It's easy to change because this is a joint environment. We can definitely make sure that many countries, many services at different levels are receiving the same information. And it's also important to point out that since this is how we practice it, this is how we will pass the motion. This is how we act. And if the expectation is that this will be implemented in the framework on field, it's something that we need to talk on a safe environment, healthy environment for the trial and error, for the topics, for making sure that this is going to be done efficiently once on field. So in conclusion, what I hope that we can get from this brief presentation is that the implementation is different in every country. What's useful for us in the US, it's not something that we can replicate in some other country because this is perhaps not something that works. It's not a process that will work in some other countries, so it's important to mention that if X country implements a framework of women, peace, and security in the country, it's going to be similar but different from the agenda in some other country. So I use the example of the US and how is it that we are implementing the framework. To set an example, not the example, but just to have an idea on how this should be done. I highlight the importance of having policies, not only international policies that we do have in the centers, but the importance of having national policies to complement this with a national action plan. So one of the ideas that, if I can say, is that if your country does not have a national plan, this is a great way to start to make sure that we can implement the framework. Also, the importance of having a strategy. After we develop the national policies, a strategy in detail to say how this is being done. This is going to be very helpful. And the follow-up with an implementation plan about the conversation of the resources. Even when the US allocated certain funds, I know that there are some countries where we have different priorities. So resources is a benefit and will help a lot on the implementation of the framework. But I understand that this is something that is perhaps not available in every country. And since we don't have much resources for the implementation of women, peace, and security, as we saw in the example of the US, the State Department can only dedicate 5 million for the implementation of the agenda. One of the ways to be efficient at an economical level is to benefit from the academic institutions. So all the staff at all levels, all the positions in all the countries can receive the same training, same education on women, peace, and security, or gender, peace, and security. This will speak a lot about the implementation. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention. If we have questions, maybe Commander Karim, she has my email, my information, and she will address the questions that are asked, and I will be happy to answer. I hope that you enjoyed the workshop. Thank you, Tahira. Thank you for the message. Thank you for the concepts. I believe that Inter-American Defense Board, we through the Inter-American Defense College, have an important role to play. So thank you. Now, we will have a 10-minute break. The connection should be or stay active. Thank you.
Bien, muchas gracias por su espera y bienvenidos nuevamente.
Thank you very much for waiting and welcome again. To continue, we're going to enter into the second part of the presentations of this seminar. As we mentioned, in the second part, we're going to, because after having the context, now we're going to tell you what we do and how we do it. And I think that the best way of doing this is telling you a little bit about the board, its history, its organization. And we're going to present a video that was launched on the celebration of our 80 years of the board last year. So please look at the video so that you can have a reference of who we are and what we do.
Celebrating its 80th anniversary this year, the Inter-American Defense Board predates almost every existing international organization on this planet. Established in 1942, the IADB is older than the United Nations, which was formed in 1945. It is older than the Organization of American States, created in 1948, and it is older than NATO, formed the following year in 1949. The IADB predates them all. It was first of its kind, and that is a mighty foundation and a source of pride for our hemisphere and all trusted partners. And as partners, we are all working together. Whether we're working to educate the future leaders of our hemisphere, or achieving greater collaboration and information sharing in cyberspace, or addressing illegal fishing in our oceans and the transnational organized crime that plagues our people, or seeking to integrate women into our defense and security forces, or collaborating on humanitarian assistance operations, disaster relief, and search and rescue, or whether we're innovating through the development and exercise of a mechanism of cooperation in disasters, MECODE. It is joint, interagency, and multinational collaboration that makes this all possible. In that last major undertaking, the IADB incorporated 110 members from 16 countries to exercise the MECODE. For the exercise, IADB used a pioneering simulation software developed through a collaboration between the Inter-American Defense College and the University of Maryland. This is the type of innovation needed to address multi-domain and multidimensional transnational threats to the countries of our hemisphere, because solving today's complex transnational multidimensional threats requires interagency collaboration, whether within states or externally through multilateralism. Without this collaboration, these threats will surely persist. For 80 years, the Inter-American Defense Board has played a leading role in developing these solutions. May the next 80 years bring enduring collaboration and peace so that our nations may thrive and our citizens prosper.
Bien, esa es nuestra
So this is our IADB, this is us. And with regards, from the organizational point of view, the board has three main organisms. One that is the Council of Delegates, where each one of the member states of that pertain to this board and observers form this Council of Delegates that meets periodically and make decisions and in some way give the directives of how to materialize the mandates that we receive from our entity, the OAS. And besides this Council of Delegates, we have two organizations. One is the Secretariat of the Board, which is where we are doing the different activities and actions, as we mentioned there, like MECODEX, and this program of WPS, and also the other one that is the educational part. That is the college, the Inter-American Defense College. With regards to this last one, we're going to listen to the next presentation on the education and research role in WPS. To represent our next speaker, I'm going to leave the Director, Major General Heiken.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
And I'm sure there's a huge round of applause that I just can't hear in this virtual environment. General Flavio, thank you. I appreciate the leadership of the board in holding this seminar. This is really fantastic to bring together this huge number of people with this really important topic. And what I'm here to do is introduce our national treasure, Frida Garcia, who in this case is an international treasure here at the college. And she's much like so many of our speakers and soon to be speakers. They're like little points of light. We didn't plan them. We didn't develop them. We didn't hire them as gender advisors. We didn't hire them specifically to do this. They sort of grew into this role. And we're very fortunate that they did because we become better organizations because of that. But that's not enough. As so many of our speakers have said, this is not enough that we've sort of grown little pieces of this expertise, that we've gotten a little bit better. We have to now incorporate it into how we do this profession of arms, how we provide security and defense, how we do our business has to include this. This isn't a standalone seminar. This isn't a standalone course. This is how we perform security and defense. That's what we need to walk away. We need to do better. We need to be better. And so I'm very, very proud of what the college is doing. I'm very proud of what Frida's doing. I'm so proud of my Mexican partners. Mexico is doing fabulous things with women in peace and security. Canada is doing fabulous things. Brazil. We can take great examples from our partners, from our member states there, and copy those same examples and bring those into our own militaries and our own security forces. And we try to do that every day at your college, the Inter-American Defense College. And I can't wait to hear how Frida's going to describe those for you. So thank you for the opportunity of being here. And please help me welcome our international treasure, Frida Garcia.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that introduction, sir. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you all for tuning in to this very important seminar on women, peace, and security in the Inter-American system. It is my honor also to present an overview of what we are doing, our ongoing activities and efforts at the IADC in this respect. So again, I'm Frida Garcia, Gender Advisor at the college. And as you have heard from the video, the IADC is the premier academic institution in the Inter-American system for hemispheric defense and security studies, founded in 1962. Slide, please. Slide, please. Yes. Next one, please. The agenda I'll be covering include key instruments and demographics at the IADC, IADC lines of effort. We have also awareness raising, as we have been hearing from all the distinguished speakers that precede me. We need to create awareness, but then, as the director well said, we are now working towards implementing the principles enshrined in the WPS agenda and its framework. We will cover also our WPS academic activities and academic publication. Next one, please. So we see that, well, as the speakers have already expanded on this, I won't deepen too much on the instruments themselves, just mention what we are under and what purview we fall. So we have the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 that's been well described. This one also asks the countries to establish mechanisms to implement women, peace, and security. And for that reason, the national action plans are that mechanism for some countries, while others will choose other avenues. Case in point, the United States, having passed legislation, national legislation on women, peace, and security. In 2017, the WPS Act was passed, meaning that the US has codified this in the highest level with this legislation, and it is the only WPS legislation in this hemisphere. Now, we have here a picture of a distinguished alumna of ours, Dr. Michelle Bachelet from Chile. And I have her here because, well, not only is she a champion of women, peace, and security, but as a former student, we have been following her trajectory, and it is very exciting to see how she went from the college to become the first woman Minister of Defense in her country, then the first woman president in her country. As such, she was able to then implement the first national action plan in the hemisphere. That became one of her main goals and promises that she kept. And so she started before anyone else, before the US and Canada even, with the passing of the first NAP in 2009. It was the first country to have one. Then she was reelected, and in her second term in office, she passed the second NAP before any other country again. And they're working on their third one with more details on how to really mainstream women, peace, and security. With this approach in the United States, they seek a whole of government approach in this strategy. And as it was mentioned earlier, it now behooves the Department of Homeland Security, the State Department, USAID, DOD to implement it. And as we have heard, the DOD also has the SFIP, as it is better known, or the Strategic Framework and Implementation Plan. That is where we find our PME instructions, so to speak. So as professional military education, joint professional military education, there is a category and there is clear delineation of how we can go about implementing this. So that is what we are doing now. Now, in the framework and implementation plan, we have those directives, as Major Montoya well explained. And since the IADC resides in Fort McNair, a U.S. military base, then we fall under the scope of the DOD and the SFIP. And so we seek to really deepen the way how we can mainstream the WPS framework with our partners, and including our students, of course, and everyone at the board as well. And we have combined principles enshrined in the WPS instruments throughout the hemisphere in order to produce also at the IADC our first WPS policy, which will be examined, and once it is ready, we might be able to publish that and share it with all our partners. Now, next slide, yes. We have here the demographics at the college and the percentage of women that we hope to see keeps on growing. It has been gradually increasing. And for example, now class 63 has the highest percentage of women in the class. And we expect for nominations to be representative of the military and government demographics as well. So we need to really emphasize that and bring it home as often as we can, sending that message also, not only with the invitation letters, but throughout other means as well. Now, faculty and staff have surpassed the percentage that the UN considers as equitable. So we are now looking deeper into what those numbers mean, because as we have heard, it's not only about quantitative data, it's not only about numbers of women, but also their meaningful participation in all our endeavors of security, defense, and peace. And also promoting talent, regardless of gender, is a very important component of this, as that is the crux of meaningful participation, so that women can also be in the places where decisions are made. Now, next one, please. We have here, thank you, the IADC's lines of effort. So this is how we are going about implementing the WPS agenda where we are. Again, a joint professional military education institution. The WPS program aims to have women at the table where decisions are made. And thus, particularly for us, we want to make sure that we are including this concept when we are teaching about, for example, human security and why it is important to include the voices of women in all these decisions. Now, also, we try and promote critical thinking as much as possible. This is essential. So we use, for WPS purposes, we use andragogy, we use heutagogy, and also micro-learning. So how do we do that? By having these conversations, these forums, our courses that I will get into, our events, but also a podcast, which can be considered as a micro-learning experience, because you can have just something that you can digest and take with you anywhere, and you have renowned experts teaching you how to implement women, peace, and security from the comfort of your home, your car, wherever. You don't have to be in class and still hear from these incredible academics that have decided to join us in this endeavor. Now, our mission is to prepare strategic advisors at the college as well as leaders. And for that, we need to equip them then with the right tools in order to become more effective and collaborative in this realm. And WPS is definitely a bridge that helps us close any gaps in that sense. We are working together on gender responsive plans and programs that make this possible. In order to further the sustainability and advancement of these efforts, we must keep open communications with partners in order to move the needle forward. We also apply an intersectional lens where sex and gender disaggregated data must be gathered and analyzed, but also understanding how cultural perspectives really matter. Inclusive leadership at national and institutional levels is crucial in order for us to address multidimensional issues in the hemisphere. And at the OAS, at the IADB, and at the IADC, we are committed to this initiative. This has been a year full of collaboration and partnerships, and we value listening to all of the experts that we are able to interact with, and understand that we must exercise active listening and respect for these champions who are really taking all of this back to their communities, to their organizations, to their countries. And as gender advisors, we're part of change teams that are committed to this change process. We also had a recent workshop, and in it, one of the participants said something that I loved, and it is that gender analysis, which is an excellent tool, a necessary tool, part of the WPS framework, that the gender analysis via WPS is a mission enabler, not a mission detractor. And that is absolutely the case. Now, next slide, thank you. WPS partners and program evolution. So this might be a little crowded, but it is to show just how much traction it has gotten very quickly, and how many partners are willing to cooperate with us in various ways. So we've had the course that I'll get into. We've had workshops. We produced and distributed the Women, Peace, and Security podcast. And to this, we can add the milestones of working on a policy. As the director well explained, we now have a gender advisor, and we are helping instrumentalize this framework as best as possible. I am also the gender focal point for Southcom and work with the different combatant commands. The United States has combatant commands with their area of responsibility, and they have also developed their Women, Peace, and Security programs quite well, and we are able to work with them in that sense too. Next slide, please. Here we have the podcast. I would ask you to please visit it and follow us. You'll see that there's at least 3 familiar faces after today. And if you want to keep on listening to the experts you heard today, you'll find them in various episodes there. And that's where we have both Dr. Vanessa Brown from the Canadian Forces College, and also Dr. Brenda Opperman from the U.S. Naval War College. These are 2 renowned academics who really are collaborating immensely just by sharing with us their knowledge and their time in this podcast. They're the hosts of our program. Next one, please. Now, this is our elective course that we're very proud of. It's one of its kind. It's unlike anything in this hemisphere in the sense that it is more inclusive as it has various languages for a greater audience and so that they are better engaged throughout the Inter-American system as well. We provide credits with this course, which makes it also a very singular course on women, peace and security, gender perspectives, and gender integration. It's imparted by Dr. Vanessa Brown also, and she is able to share with us also the gender-based analysis plus methodology, which is very advanced. And so we have the great luxury of getting an expert who has helped develop many of these instruments coming to teach us how we can implement that wherever we are. Next one, please. Now, we have the academic workshop. This was an event that was held this year, and it was tremendously successful. As you see there, Dr. Bachelet joined us. She opened the event, which was a great honor for us. It was held from March 8 to 10. We had 22 countries represented. It was done in a hybrid modality, but we would close it so that we would then have the opportunity to work in working groups with teams who can really get into the gender analysis part of it. And so we were able to make it a hybrid in the sense that it was online and in person, but also hybrid in the sense that it was half of the day would be a seminar, and then we would close for the audience, the external audience, and then have them actually apply what they have learned during the seminar portion of it during their working groups. So for that we had, and it was also offered in English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and we had members of academia, government officials, and operators all working together in coming up with solutions and means and ways to better implement the agenda wherever they are. Next one, please. Here we have professional military education collaboration examples. The first one is depicting an event that I had the honor to attend, and it was at NATO headquarters. And it was really interesting because we had various PMEs there present, including the National Academy of the National Guard of Ukraine, who gave us excellent insights for us to bring back to this hemisphere, to the Inter-American system. And also we had a workshop that's on the image to the right. Recently, I was in Alaska alongside Dr. Brown and Brenda Opperman and the gender advisors from NORTHCOM and Alaskan Command. There, we were able to fully deepen into these different types of gender-based analyses out there, including the gender-based analysis plus analysis from Canada. Now, the very noteworthy part of this event is that what you see there are Native Alaskans. And so we involved them in that process, asking them what questions we need to ask them and how, before we go into different communities and not really being in touch with the local communities first. So we need to be gender responsive, gender sensitive, but also sensitive to culture. So it was very important for us to include them fully in what we were trying to achieve with a gender-based analysis there. Now, next one, please. We have academic publications. So as a result of the workshop this year, we produced an ebook, and you can find it in our webpage. It's right there. And It was published in September, and it'll be available there for all of you to read more from our speakers, but also other contributors. We've also published other papers on women, peace, and security. Next one, please. We see an example of participation of one of our alumna, and the director was saying how Mexico is really spearheading many efforts right now, and we were very happy to have our first woman representing the Mexican Army come to our class. And after that, she remained at the college for another year as a voluntary national contribution. And she was an absolute asset to us. So it's wonderful to see that she was able to blaze that trail, and now more are coming. And this is just flourishing the women, peace, and security aspect of it. It was Major Paola Rios. So she was the first one to come from the Mexican Army, and more have followed since then. And this was her work that was then presented before the Middle States Commission annual conference. And in it, she underscored how understanding the impact of armed conflict on women and children needs effective institutional mechanisms to ensure their protection and the meaningful participation of women in peace processes so that we can contribute significantly to the maintenance and promotion of international peace and security. So, and next one, please. So with that, that is what we have at the college. We are still in the process of developing even more activities, efforts, podcasts, and the more we collaborate and learn from our partners, the better it can be, not just for the college, but of course, for the main audience of the college, and that is our students. And outside of that, here at the board, we're able to also collaborate from gender advisor to gender advisor, which makes it a lot more seamless and effective that way. So as the motto says, stronger together, and that is absolutely what we believe, because for sustainable change, for sustainable peace, there needs to be collaboration, because even though you can do things faster by yourself, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be sustained. So that's why what you see there is how we usually do business in WPS. And that is all. Thank you very much.
Ok, Frida, muchas gracias por tu presentación.
Thank you, Frida, for your presentation and for illustrating us on the relevance of the college. And we hope that all of us and all the authorities and all the persons that work in our ministries of defense and in our member states have seen in reality the impact that it means to be able to send people to study to this college and the heights and transcendence that they can reach. It's a great pride personally to see all the images that Frida showed. So this is the message, besides understanding what the college is doing and the aspects on MPS. I was telling you just a few minutes ago that our board had 13 main organizations, and the council 3 main ones, like the secretariat, the college, and the board. And I'm from the secretariat, and my next presenter from the Marine of Brazil is going to introduce our activation of this new stage of the program of Women, Peace and Security, that is basically, as Commander Terry is going to tell you, reflects how we want to collaborate with all you in a significant way in the incorporation of women in all the aspects of the organizations of defense and security. As I mentioned, I'm going to leave the commander of the Marine of Brazil, Maria Sinez, that is going to talk about the program of Women, Peace and Security of the Inter-American Defense Board. And she has been a psychologist in aviation. And this is something quite challenging for women, especially in warship in Brazil. And she studied women, peace and security. She's a commander. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, virtual public and audience, we are celebrating the creation of the program Women, Peace and Security on the Inter-American Defense Board, but also to support the Union on Different Nations. We have a concrete proof of how important it is when we work together and we have more empathy, more security, and a better environment. We would like to start by saying how our countries are implementing the solutions on the agenda of women, peace, and security, and how we can collaborate in that regard. The action plans are the mechanisms that are more efficient to talk about the concerns of the Resolution 1325. I would like to mention that some of the countries of the Americas have implemented women, peace, and security for the joint effort that I will present in just a minute in our program. So in this presentation, I will talk about what the board is doing and what we expect about the program, about the objectives, the pillars of the program, the action plan, the results that we hope to obtain. And we will close with the information of what is happening, what is going on, and what they have achieved towards the agenda. Resolution 1325 has created an environment for the prevention throughout the phases of construction of peace, as we understand it, on the broader and the structure with the application of the countries that are undergoing an armed conflict and peace. In October, we will celebrate years of the Resolution 1325. This resolution is a framework of the interest of the participation of peace, violations of human rights, promotion, the mandates of the organizations.
O relatório da Conferência de Ministros de Defesa das Américas, CMDA, e o interesse...
And the Ministries of Defense of the Americas. And the topic, it's very important for the Council of Delegates, and having the opportunity to cover different aspects to be able to implement the commitments after the Resolution 1325 of the United Nations. So from the documents that we mentioned, we have implemented different actions like our seminars and the publications of the board and some others that I will mention in just a minute. The participation of the Commission of Security on the Hemisphere and OAS are valuable opportunities to disseminate crucial topics such as the impact of women, towards leadership, on decision-taking, inclusion, and the military training, contributions and challenges that we have to integrate gender on the armed forces, and the Peace Corps, and the participation of women on the development of defense and security institutions. These initiatives are powerful tools to promote awareness raising on important topics such as women, peace, and security. We have seen publications and the initiatives of each of the countries on the interest of the topic.
A disseminação das melhores práticas e a promoção
and disseminating good practices and promotion of enriching dialogue. In our last publication, translate to English, Portuguese, and Spanish, Madam Ambassador Baños shared with us topics of important relevance, the participation of women on the General Assembly during the last presidency of KID. We promote the representation of civil and military women in the board in the delegate council that are present in the percentage of women that currently work on our mission. We represent the 12% on the board between ministers, advisors, ambassadors, delegates, officials, sub-officials, sergeants, and civil. Some countries that have sent women to participate in IADB are Canada, US, Mexico, Jamaica, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, and Brazil. Regarding the delegate of council, each of the countries will nominate an official or a civil that has enough experience on military topics and defense to participate on the meetings and to vote during the activities of IADB. Every time more we promote insertion of women on leadership, participation, and in the decision-making processes. We request explicitly to the member countries to consider women on selection processes for the representatives. According to the advances that we have had on the military career, it's a promotion for greater participation of women on our seminars. This year, we have had a good participation of expert women on seminars of anti-mining, cyber defense, and military flows. We have had specialists on the agenda designated by the Ministries of Defense or equivalent in each of the countries: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Guatemala, Mexico, Peru, Panama, Uruguay, Paraguay, and the Dominican Republic. So I benefit from this moment to thank the help of our delegates in the compiling of such important information, because now that we know what the board does regarding the agenda, are going to see a bit of the program. The main objectives of the program are the following. Number one, to have a companion throughout the process in the implementation of the agenda on the defense situation and the security on the member states. The second objective is to reach participation of all of the member states of IADB, independently of the stage that they are, if it's through the adoption of the strategy or less progress states. The third objective is to develop the strategies regarding the reality of each of the countries to promote the tools that make the agenda relevant. The other objective is to have the training regarding women, peace, and security, and then to seek for the allies and the stakeholders and the advice of professionals to implement these actions. Our program is sustained in 3 pillars. First, the access to updated information. This is fundamental. The second is the development of strategies regarding the reality of each of the countries. And the third pillar is the training, the updating, but also the dissemination of the knowledge. I'm going to talk a bit about each of them. On the first pillar, it's always important to have the updated information on the agenda of each of the member states. Now, for this, it's fundamental to have a network of contacts formed by staff that have been appointed by the Defense Ministry of the Armed Forces. So this is a pillar that supports the concretization of our objective to reach the updated scenario of the situation that can help us to implement the agenda on the defense institution of the member states. Now, at the same time, this should support the compliance of the objective. for the active participation on the board. The second pillar is the development of strategies in agreement with the reality of the countries up to the implementation. The strategic allies, that are Spain, European Union, United Kingdom, among others, this is essential. The association with IADB, with the Inter-American Women, UN Women, International Florida University, through Gordon Institute, the academy, military, several known as the institutions that are strategic allies are essential, and they know about our experience, their own expertise, and they have the tools for an accurate diagnosis of the data. Also for the construction of strategies that are in accordance to the reality of each of the countries, to the better policies of the agenda, and promotion of active participation of members of IADB independently on the progress, if it's through adoption of proposals or supporting some other states, depending on the progress. The third pillar is the training and the update dissemination of the knowledge, allowing the traditional approach of the board that benefits. We can count the massive approach through virtual platforms. We have a training of experts on women, peace, and security through associations, military education, or the board, the secretariat, the college. As I presented just a minute, and as Frida just explained. For the compliance of the objectives, to have trained staff for the implementation of the evaluation of IADB, and for certain training activities according to our action plan. The more specific actions of the board are fundamental on the next cycle. The first step is collecting information, meaning in what's the level of the country towards the implementation of the 1325? Do they have the advice? Does the institution have focal points? What's the percentage of women in the armed forces in your country? And what or how many are in peace missions? How many are part of command, the Joint Chiefs staff? So the evaluation as hub is accompanies, supports, and associates. The second step is the analysis, the diagnosis that must be done with the strategic allies. The third step is to have the appropriate action towards the reality according to the gaps of each of the countries. Now we will have the evaluation of the results and the decision of discharging or maintaining the options. I mean, to be able to carry out our program, we will be in permanent contact with our focal points and strategic allies. So what are the results that we expect? The first one is active participation of the countries, motivating the moving forward with women, peace, and security, the different realities of each of the countries, and a country supporting the other one. The second result is to monitor at a regional level for the progress of the implementation of the agenda in each of the countries as permanent flow. To have a portfolio of strategic actions that can be helpful as a reference for the member states. The third one is to promote training activities that can help us to advance with the agenda on the institutions, contributing with the mission of the board. We go back to the initial question of the presentation. How is your country implementing women, peace, and security agenda? And mainly how the board can collaborate. I hope that this presentation has inspired you to contribute actively on this topic that is not only about the relevance anymore, but to accelerate the implementation. In that sense, looking for another or an additional step, the proposal is to talk about the reflection through a survey.
O questionário não necessita de identificação e visa levantar dados para melhorar o nosso programa.
We don't need to identify ourselves, it's just to collect data for our program.
Por fim, deixo aqui o meu contato para dúvidas e qualquer outra informação. E encerro essa apresentação dando
I give you my contact for the required information. This is just the first step and a video that we're going to share so you can fill out the progress and the implementation of the agenda. This represents inspiring work that we have been doing together, work of our delegates, and I have also the testimony of this important agenda. Thank you.
Soy la capitán de fragata Andrea.
I'm a frigate captain from Chile and advisor, and I want to take advantage to talk about the commitment of Chile as a country and institution to contribute actively to the peacekeeping missions under the UN and to carry out this task with the standards that will allow to have gender equality. I'm Lieutenant Jessica Alvarez from the Armed Forces of Chile, and I'm in Colombia in the local office of Ticut in Santander. Right now, I'm the only international observer that is a woman in this department. I work in the area of security guarantees for the people that are going to be reincorporated, and through this work that carry out these months, I have contributed to the maintenance of the consolidation of peace in this country. And I have also met women that are part of the peace accords and the different people that have shown that women are essential to reach peace. I'm Camila Soto Rojas, and I'm in Chile, and I'm working with in Cyprus. And I was a radio operator and conductor of the Campo Roca. For me, it is a pride to represent the Armed Forces of Chile in this mission. That is a great responsibility as a peacekeeper. I'm Commander Cristina Borian from the Air Force of Chile, and I'm the delegate of institutional gender. And it's a commitment for the implementation of the Resolution 1325 has women deployed in peacekeeping operations and also in others. And we are integrating women in courses that will prepare them to reach positions of decision-making. And it is essential to have women in the implementation of 1325 because education is the gateway to be able to take positions of decision-making. And the education processes is going to habilitate them to reach those high-ranking positions where they can be commanders and decision makers, relevant decision makers. So have a very good day. I'm Colonel and Nurse Priscilla Beneteles Reyes, head of the Observatory for the Equality of Women and Men in the Army and Armed Forces of Mexico. In the seminar, the MPS seminar, we recognize the commitment of the Inter-American Defense Board for the military institutions to add themselves to the challenges that the participation of women might entail. In this sense, I want to highlight that the participation of women in the Army and Air Force of Mexico has a right of more than 85 years. It was developed initially in the service of health service and gradually in the different forces. We have to highlight that 200 years after the creation of the military college, women now can study their careers in infantry, cavalry, and others. And the totality of the education, military education and military training offers women a career here. Right now, we have 18,660 women are part of the armed forces on earth and air. And we have had some generals in some specialties. In 2018, we created the Center for the Joint Peace Training, which has allowed Mexico to participate more with more women. And I conclude thanking you for this space to share the evolution of the participation of Mexican women. And we hope that the objectives that were set for this seminar will be achieved. The National Police, with regards to gender, has achieved great advancements during this period. And for the first time, we have with the participation, the significant participation of female officials as directors, deputy directors, and heads of services and different police areas. In the National Service of Migration, we have the privilege of having 2 women at the head of the institution. Their way of leading oriented to people has allowed them to identify opportunities for improvement, both in the administrative tasks and operational tasks and the migration tasks. And with this, they have contributed to the country. At the borders, the advances of PS, we have a promotion of only females. And these females have been trained in different nuclear and radioactive materials. And the classification of our unit sensitizes everyone about the challenges that we face as women, and that we are going to be highlighted in different positions, leadership positions, and in different units at the Air and Navy commands, like pilots and technicians that are at their operational positions. We consider that the IADB can provide its support to increase programs directed to enforce and empower the women in leadership positions.
Hello.
Hola. Como oficial militar en la política de defensa de MPS, yo estoy muy contenta por esta oportunidad de trabajar acerca del MPS. Nosotros colocamos a las personas al corazón de lo que hacemos, reconociendo los desafíos específicos que enfrentan las mujeres y las niñas. Este año, juntamente con nuestra oficina de desarrollo, estamos celebrando 5 años del MPS y los compromisos de defensa. Eso va a fortalecer la responsabilidad del MPS en las operaciones estratégicas y también en las políticas de defensa. El año último, el Reino Unido publicó políticas para la retención, bienestar y tolerancia intolerancia al abuso sexual. Y queremos desplegar más mujeres en operaciones de mantenimiento de paz a través de una revisión de nuestro proceso de generación de las fuerzas, y continuamos progresando en la agenda y para ver cómo nosotros podemos mejorar esto domésticamente, y continuamos reconociendo la contribución valiosa que hacen las mujeres en nuestras fuerzas, y reconocemos que se puede hacer más para mejorar las conductas. Y como observadora de la HID, les agradecemos por esta oportunidad para compartir lo que nosotros hacemos en defensa, y esperamos aprender de su trabajo también.
Soy la comandante FAP Elizabeth Zorrilla Castro.
Elizabeth Zorrilla Castro from the first promotion of the officer school. Right now, I perform as the Deputy Director of Administration, Staff Administration, and right now, Women and Peace, we have the participation of women in different military actions contributing in the planning and execution. And we have important positions in the different specialties and reaching in this way any part of the country, thus contributing to the social economic development of the country. We have international presence as well in the different peacekeeping missions, showing a great degree of commitment and leadership in the activities that have been entrusted to us. Hello, I'm Captain and a legal advisor, Gisela Vega, member of the War College of Peru, and I'm an operational advisor for the operations in the Pacific. I have participated in a mission for the UN in Sudan and providing my support in their transition to a democratic government. In the year 2000, the UN approved Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, which became a historical milestone for women to participate in the consolidation of peace, because conflicts have devastating consequences, but the participation of women as agents of change is essential for a lasting peace. The commitment of women in peace and security helps the construction of equal societies and to finish with the gender discrimination and to resolve the conflicts without resorting to conflicts. On behalf of my general, Fernando Quiral, the general commander of the forces of Colombia and of the men and women of land, sea, and air and riverine, we salute the people in this event. We also thank you for the opportunity to participate through this video and to tell you about the advancements of the uniformed women in the military forces of Colombia that have been very significant in the last decades. The Resolution 1325 of the Security Council of the UN established a global framework to promote the participation of women in the prevention and resolution of conflicts and the consolidation of peace and the decision-making in all the different stages of peace processes and security. This framework has been strengthened in Colombia through the institutional empowerment of women and strategies like the Program of Women, Peace and Security, evidence in several significant advances for women in the military forces like the following. Incorporation in the military forces. One of the most notable advances has been the incorporation of women into our forces. Before there were limited numbers, but through time, we have opened more opportunities for them. Now, we not only have the support of the administrative staff, but also women are in the arms of all the forces. And second, they have been incorporating themselves as soldiers. And for first time in Colombia, we have in Marine Infantry women. And we have had participation in international peacekeeping operations like the Battalion Colombia No. 3 that is part of the multinational force of observers in the peninsula of Sinai, among others. And we contribute to the security and global stability and show their capacity to work in international environments and their commitment with peace. The promotion in charge of leadership. As more women enter the military forces, some of them have been able to being promoted to leadership positions and high-ranking positions like generals, admirals, major sergeants, and the first major sergeant of the Joint Command, now sergeant of the Forces of Colombia. And this has shown that women can develop themselves in positions of authority. The equality policies and gender equality. We have implemented some gender equality policies to promote an inclusive job environment and guarantee that women will have the best opportunities in terms of recruitment, the promotion and training. This is how in 2016, the Office of Gender was created in the National Army and after in the different forces. The prevention of sexual harassment and gender discrimination. We have established measures to prevent and also focus on sexual discrimination and gender and avoiding harassment for military women, creating the gender observatories in the training schools and the different colleges. We have also participated against illegal armed groups, contributing to national security, showing their bravery and capacity in situations of combat. Opportunities for training and professional development, which has allowed them to acquire skills, specialized skills, and to advance in their careers. As well, we have had the opportunity to participate in different peace processes and dialogues for national reconciliation, contributing with their perspectives and unique views to find solutions to internal conflicts. These achievements are the reflection of the progress towards gender equity in the armed forces of Colombia and the commitment of women in defense and security of our country. But we still have some important challenges related to the gender equality that have to continue being strengthened, like policies against gender discrimination and harassment, equality in opportunities, and access to resources and institutional culture. Despite these challenges, the achievements achieved up to now are a hope and reflect the genuine commitment with gender equity in the military forces of Colombia. The road towards gender equality is a process that is continuous, that requires the sustainable efforts. We build a country in defense of life. Commander of the military forces of Colombia, Union, Integrity, and Victory. Good morning. I'm the commander of the Spanish forces, and I'm going to talk. I'm from the Ministry of Defense of Spain. Within the MPS, in the last year, the activities have been related to our role as coordinators within the European Union. We have the title of the leader of the discipline of gender for the missions derived from the common policies of defense of the European Union. And within the initiative of 5+5 that has 5 countries from the Mediterranean, 5 of Africa, and we have had seminars in the last years for the perspective of gender, and where we have had the participation of the countries that are that contribute to this initiative. And within the national environment, we continue carrying out some courses, like in Brazil. We have had 11 so far, with more than 400 officers and CEOs from the armed forces of Spain and the police and the security forces. And to end, I would like to highlight that in the first semester of this year, we carried out a course online on gender during operations that has been disseminated through the different means and through the Department of Peace of the United Nations, with more than 3,000 persons that have listened to it, approximately from 15-20 countries. Both from America and others, and this course has been given to more than 2,500 persons. My name is Laura Mazón. I'm the Director of Gender Policies of the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Argentina. Right now, 24% percent of military women are part of our armed forces and 12% deployed in peacekeeping missions. The direction of gender policies is in charge of implementing public policies on this issue. And it works in a close relationship with the departments of gender of each one of the armed forces. These departments depend on the directorates of staff, and at the same time, from these departments depend 22 gender offices distributed throughout the country. And in those places where we don't have gender offices, we have gender liaisons that are a total of 247 people specialized in this. Among our main advancements, we can mention the creation of an integral plan developed between 2021 and 2023. The resolution 1715 that created the departments of gender, its structure and function. The streamlining of the gender perspective among all officials and NCOs, the creation of a special license for violence-based, gender-based violence. And we have a postgraduate course called Specialization in Gender Policies at the institutional level. And all the military staff of the Republic of Argentina is forced by law 14295 to train themselves in gender and gender violence. I consider that a fundamental contribution for the MPS would be to promote the articulation and exchange of experiences and define a minimum standard with regards to gender diversity and inclusion. Integrity, leadership, opportunity, perspectiveness, and phenomenal equality, character, tenacity, and maravilloso in determination, intelligence, fraternity, equality, authentic, cultural changes, gender,
Bien, muchas gracias, comandante Tarin, por su presentación. Muchas gracias también por liderar el esfuerzo de avanzar en esta agenda de mujeres, paz y seguridad y, por supuesto, también por la organización de este seminario. También queremos agradecer a los países quienes nos enviaron sus videos y que se entienda que este es el primer paso y esto es lo que necesitamos para poder avanzar en nuestro programa. Necesitamos información de los países para soportar ese primer pilar de tener la situación actualizada, de saber cuáles son los reales problemas para después seguir avanzando en el desarrollo.
To have the advance on the first pillar and to know what the next steps are. So thank you to all the countries that have contributed with us with information. And the last panel of our seminar, we are accompanied by Colonel Barbara Fick. And you have her here on the screen. She is part of the William Shakespeare Center, and she is going to share some final comments and a summary of the most relevant issues that, from her point of view, Colonel, as a military and academic and women, you think that should be the ones that we have to focus on when we talk about this.
Gracias, mi coronel. Acaban de nombrarme como directora de Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad en el Centro William.
Just appointed me as the director of MPS, and I'm very thankful for being here with you this morning. A summary of the main ideas. I will try to give them, and I will give you 4. First, the interactivity and mentorship. The third one, we have to reconsider. Then the fourth one is participation. These words are the ones that we learn and hear in almost all the components. And this is something that we have to continue listening to. And I think that we can take something useful out of all this. to continue with the program that is being presented by the IADB today. They presented information that was very significant. And we have heard how women have helped. And we have heard two national leaders, women national leaders, and this is very important. And in the videos that we just saw, we have women representing and that are responsible for the policies as well. This is so important because it is essential to have these role models from the armed forces. And all the decisions that are taken are very important. In the interventions, where we talked about the importance of women in security and defense, and this implies the concepts of peace and prevention of conflicts. These are different concepts, and both women talked about the strategies that are necessary and the different legal aspects to ensure the MPS. From all the presentations today, we can conclude that MPS are streamlining and that all of them, civilians and military, men and women, all of them have a role to perform. So this is very important because it's not just a matter of women. It's not just a matter of military either, because the military only serve the civilian societies of our countries, and we represent society. We saw a presentation of a colonel, and she pointed out the framework of MPS as an imperative. And I think that we heard that word in several of the interventions. Imperative, a strategic imperative, and moral imperative as the imperative of trust and human connection. And she talked about the special capacities of women to give this human connection. And that's why we have the importance of gender and to incorporate the women into the forces. And as we're going to see with Colonel Ed of the UN in the strategies of the operations. Colonel Hill introduced a vision of Colonel Hill from the UN presented a complete vision of women, peace, and security as a part of the UN resolution. And this, I don't know if you knew that this, and showed clearly why the program is necessary and presented how we can explain or implement this for the different operations. And it showed that this is not something that we're going to be doing overnight just to increase the number of women and to, fill a checklist. But in reality, it is an imperative, or it is a topic that we have to really develop. And this is very important. And it called my attention. This aspect called my attention because of its importance. And I think that we have to look at his presentation once again, because he had many aids that we show us that we have to consider many things for the public policies and strategies. And it's not only for women, but also for men, everybody, because he presented something that was very important. He talked about the integration of women and their perspective, the gender perspective. And this is a consideration that many times the past forces did not have. They did not have this consideration when they developed their strategies and policies and operations. It is very important to have that gender perspective. And Major Fantina gave the example of the joint military professional training to incorporate the program of MPS in the armed forces. And this is a very important thing, because we have to think on when to give these courses. So it's only at the work colleges for colonels, or starting with the cadets, or with the soldiers in the forces. When? And maybe throughout the cycle. So it is important to see that. And the professional education throughout the career is a very good issue to place on these concepts and the curriculum, and also in practical terms. And a question for all. How can we have how did the Minister of Defense of Suriname reach her position? What was her training? Because she was recruited to be part of the forces, and she went up and she retired, and now she's the minister. But she had the motivation, preparation in her career, because that is something that, is not systematic. But how do these women reach that far? These high-ranking positions and become leaders. I know it's a lot of work and a lot of struggle, yes, but we would like to integrate into their experiences into the system, so that we can together, men and women, learn how to become good leaders. So this is something that called my attention. How did she reach the position of minister as a uniformed woman? And the other question, how can we all have more integrated institutions and with women in the positions where they can have a decision power? And a human talent, of course. And we've heard the word talent many times, and we can do quite a lot to integrate human talent of women, and this to have more, have broader perspectives in the institutions. So this is something that we have to reflect. And in this, we go back to the 4 words. The importance. I don't think that no one disagrees with this, that imperative is a word. that we have to integrate ourselves, and that is an imperative. And I think it is important to remember this. Talent. We have talent. Of course, there's talent and the forces and in the scenario, in the competition scenario. And individual countries have to cooperate with other countries and then form teams so that we can cover more and be more diverse. And we're going to have a course at the Center called James Perry for inclusive operations, and we're going to have people not only from Spain, but from all the, and this is part of the life cycle. And we're going to talk about mentoring, promotions, training, and we're going to reflect a lot on these issues. And this is for women that will continue with this cycle. So that was faster than I thought. I thought that I was going to say more, but I think that I would like to just remind you of the objective of this seminar, that was to promote the dialogue, the exchange of experiences in the agenda, in the MPS agenda. And I think that we were able to achieve this. And the most important thing is that we continue thinking about these topics after we finish this seminar, and we continue working in our programs, in these efforts and in the MPS at the IADB. And this is excellent. Continue with the updating of your action plans, and also where you need support, collaboration, or best practices. This is like my way of summarizing and highlighting some of the important points of this seminar. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your excellent summary, where I think that the word imperative is the one that was mentioned a lot, and where all the countries have to advance in. Thank you very much, Colonel, for your cooperation in this seminar. And for the closing remarks of this event, we're going to leave you with the director of the Inter-American Defense College, General Hakim. And you can see his presentation. He has a vast trajectory, professional trajectory, commanding the joint staff and the joint J5, the Aerospatial Command, and he is a civil engineer, and he has been in the different positions of importance.
Thank you very much. Good. Much feedback? Okay, perfect. General Flavio, thank you. First of all, I want to thank all of our presenters and our participants. And somehow we're not clapping today. I don't know, too many online participants. General Flavio, I feel inspired to take action, which is a rare thing anymore in Washington, D.C., to feel inspired. I also feel proud. I feel proud to be a member of the Inter-American Defense Board. People say, why do we have an Inter-American Defense Board? Why do we exist? I think this is why we exist. The board allows us to have conversations like this. The board sponsors dialogues like this. We get to hear voices.
Por eso nosotros podemos escuchar las voces como las que escuchamos hoy. Si no, no tuviésemos el micrófono, no tendríamos la atención de los líderes. La Junta nos da a nosotros, al liderazgo, una voz única para ser escuchados. Así que promovemos a los observadores, promovemos a la Junta, a los liderazgos que continúen con estas acciones. Ese es el rol de la Junta. Promover estas acciones, promover el ser escuchados, y está en nuestras manos continuar.
Decide, are we going to take that torch? Are we going to continue to be inspired by those speakers that we heard today? Are we going to pick up that torch and carry it back to our nations and make that change? Are we going to build that torch? Are we going to help it grow? Because whether you're a private or a general, my ask for you is simple. We all have a part in this. Whether small or big, we all have something we can do. And I ask you to do your part. You get to decide if you get to be inspired today to take action. That's what I ask you to do. Take this time that you've spent today with us and be inspired to take action. Thank you all so much for your dedication and what you do for this board. Take care.
Bien, de esta forma estamos llegando al término de esta actividad.
So this is how we are closing this activity. We would like to thank you again. Thank you for the support to the authorities that have provided this importance to this activity. And to all of the audience, to all of the participants, as Captain Heiken mentioned, let's move forward. Let's advance. This is a need. It's not an option anymore. As part of the agenda, I would like to invite you all to participate in all of the activities that we have on screen. The first of the activities is a seminar on the role of the armed forces on the protection of environment. This is going to take place on October 11th. So please take note. You can go through our website. This is something that it's not an option of saying, oh, no, we're not going to participate. We have to participate. This is our responsibility. We are part of the society. We need to see how, as armed forces, we relate with the protection of the environment. We also invite the member state and the observers to present the teams for the Inter-American Cyber Defense Challenge, the second version. Thank you again.
La violencia basada en género debilita la dignidad humana, afectando no solo a las mujeres, sino también al progreso y bienestar de las naciones. La convergencia de esfuerzos de diversos sectores es primordial para mitigar las desigualdades y fortalecer medidas protectoras a favor de los derechos de las mujeres, consolidando su liderazgo a través de acciones afirmativas en ámbitos económicos, sociales, legislativos, entre otros. Un punto de inflexión en la búsqueda de equidad fue la inclusión de mujeres en las Fuerzas Armadas de Honduras a fines de la década de 1990. La integración de la mujer en el ámbito militar ha demostrado ser fructífera, evidenciándose en su eficaz desempeño y capacidad para ocupar puestos de liderazgo en función de su rango y experiencia. Desde el 2018, las oficiales femeninas hondureñas han sobresalido por su labor en misiones humanitarias y de seguridad bajo el mandato de las Naciones Unidas. Un ejemplo de esto lo representa la teniente coronel Dinora Molina, quien marcó historia al liderar el Teenside Mavas en esta misión de mantenimiento de paz MINURSO en el Sahara Occidental. Las Fuerzas Armadas,
the armed forces have emphasized the training on human rights, gender equality, and international laws in collaboration with international organizations, such as the Office of the Southcom of the United States, the armed forces have reinforced the commitment in these areas. It's undeniable that the gender approach is important for the operation of the armed forces of Honduras, where now we have equality on the conditions, on the opportunities, transcending opportunities, and making a reality all of the ideals.
En el ámbito de mujer, paz y seguridad.
In women, peace, and security, the armed forces of Guatemala are promoting the participation of women in all of the activities, in all the positions, in all the operational positions, logistic, administrative, teachers, peace operations, and some others that are of decision-making. In the case of soldiers, now we can see women driving trucks and rescue units, humanitarian aid, providing relief to the people that are affected for natural disasters. Women are also helping the population.
no solo dentro de las Fuerzas Armadas, sino en toda nuestra sociedad. La paz y la seguridad son responsabilidad de todos y todas.
Quiero saludar a todas las mujeres que día a día trabajan por hacer de Chile un mejor país. En especial a las 18.000 mujeres civiles y militares que forman parte de las instituciones de la Defensa Nacional, por la importante labor que realizan diariamente.
Me encuentro realizando patrullajes fronterizos en la base de patrullas Colchane. Como mujer, me encuentro totalmente integrada en esta misión, como muchas otras, y con esto contribuimos al ejército y a la defensa del país.
Como mujeres y marinos nos sentimos orgullosas del trabajo en equipo que realizamos, donde ponemos todas nuestras capacidades, habilidades y talentos al servicio de nuestra patria.
Desde la primera brigada aérea de Iquique,
De la segunda brigada aérea, ubicada en la región metropolitana.
Trabajo dándole mantenimiento a los 130 y trabajo por la Defensa Nacional y trabajo por la defensa de la nación.
Soy enfermera del área de cardiología y todas trabajamos para la Defensa Nacional.
Soy Yolanda Mesa, operaria Fabril de FAMAE, desde Talagante, aportando a la defensa.
Desde el Ministerio de Defensa, en conjunto con las tres ramas de la Fuerza Armada, seguiremos avanzando en relevar